Okay. So, today we're back in the ADE land. Yesterday we did a couple things. I think we got the image working the day before. Last thing we did was we kind of got naming for the individual agent windows, panes, if you will. We got that, but there needs to be some work done because the architect doesn't know the panes. And then we also, what else did we do? We updated the reports to actually be useful. So we got some Git differences. We got some local file linking so they're actually clickable. I think we did some debugging on the reports themselves. So today I think we're gonna, same thing as last time, try to get to optimizations instead of just adding more stuff. But at first I want to get this naming thing done. So I need a new session. Write a prompt for me to start a new session with tasks that I should do today. See what that comes back with, and then we will start on that. All right, what do you got for me? Current state, branch is likely, okay. Finish a commit. Yes. After that, discuss next item before starting. Sounds good. Oh, also, I need to add the workflow to the YouTube description. I keep saying that for like the past week. Content. Claude advisor orchestration workflow. Cool. Now that's in the description because that's not how you spell orchestration. One dude asked about it, so that means millions must want it, right? Okay. Pick this up. Slot names is clean. Okay, so advisor is jumping straight into adding agent tools. Need to get you on the correct workflow. I don't know why he jumps straight into working every single time. Smoke returned Hank is an active builder. We'll let him finish and then we'll reprimand him for doing the work instead of the builder. What does this do? Okay, so you're saying it worked. Workspace agent is fast forwarding merged in. One. You're the advisor. You shouldn't be building. 2. Is what you just built the architect hardening? So the arc knows the names. Panes. What is the status of Michael? Michael's an active builder agent in the workspace in it. Active session, no current task assigned. Okay. So can I then give Michael a No, not Siri. Give Michael a task to give me the full speech of JFK at Rice Uni. What is the status of Michael now? Is active and has claimed task 74. Sweet. Okay, so this works perfectly. From architect's pane. Seems to be working great. Okay, and then if I ask, if I just do it again? What's the status of Michael? Michael's activity is no longer assigned to a task. Cool. Did Michael finish task 74? That's actually huge. That's like a big deal. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. That is a good green smoke. Pop green smoke, pop green smoke. That's a good movie reference. Let's on to discussing the next task. I gotta stay focused. We wrapped that up like super quick. I honestly thought that was gonna take like an hour or two. The 3 candidates failed abandoned task recovery back to architect. Yes, that is something that we need to do. Kanban task context operation cancelable building. Task context. I gotta know what that is. Revisit, suppress single workstream loop reports. Worth doing, but just clean up. I think we did this. Check number 3. Did we already do this, or at least part? I feel like we did that. Yes, we did number 3 as a local, but it's not merged into master. Okay. Important wrinkle. The old branch diverged before recent commits, including named agents, so we should not blur it. Are there any other local branches that need merging as well? Now it's back. There are 4 branches not contained in master. Well, shit. Merge the 2. Merge named agents and workstream reports. Dictation. Test. That's Siri. So why are you not? Okay, so it works there. It's okay. It maybe just needed like being pushed. Merge both. No push. Yep. Oh no, the branch switch memory hook warned once is alright because they're. Oh, let's roll on. Okay, cool. So what did we say? So that's done. Kanban context that can wait much later. Best workflow leverage gives you natural architecture. Let's discuss failed / abandoned task recovery. Okay, we're really discussing. Make recovery a first recover architect. Now this user spelunking. Right now, failed abandoned work can exist in Kanban, but the natural take this back to architect, explain what happened, decide next move, path is still thin. When a task is failed or abandoned, the user should be able to send it back to architect with enough context for a good recovery decision. Architect should see the original spec, latest failure, abandoned reason, attempts, report, blah, 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 blah. Explicitly revive it to failed or ready architect with an audit reason, simpler user model. Send this text back to architect. Who invokes recovery? Likely the Mac app Kanban context action calls daemon API, not architect directly. I mean, yes. Okay, so it's spawning an ephemeral architect. It's not sending it to the persistent. Enabled for failed and abandoned, calls existing update. Yeah, it already supports these states cleanly. Fantastic, love to hear it. Sure, the task becomes ready. Current stage equals architect with failure context reserved. Added. Verify architect claim context. Add test around failed and abandoned task recovery UI shows it moved out of failed and abandoned into architect ready recovery state. The main thing I want to inspect before. For number 5, ephemeral sounds good, but is option 1 even possible since it's a persistent agent? Could we do a intermediate paste to the architect pane and then emulate pressing through the shell? Maybe a modal pops up and a user can add more context prompt that goes along. See what it says about that. I don't think it can do it. Yes, optional is possible, but not by claiming the work the same way the builder does. Persistent architect pane is a conversational agent, not a task claim loop. This would actually be two things. This would probably be the same logic as when YOLO mode is activated and failed or blocked tasks need to go back to the architect to be answered. Second, this will tie into agents being able to be controlled by and to also control the shell. That was a task that we had in the to-do list as well. Can you confirm if that logic will also be required and how we're going to make it as universal as possible? Beautiful. should we add a app level daemon to control these types of actions versus overloading the workflow daemon with more tools, or would that make performance suffer more? And also, would that mean certain agent actions would lose context? We would not add a separate app level daemon yet to keep one project daemon as a durable coordinator. See what it actually does. I'm curious what it's going to come back with, because I feel like this is an extremely this is actually much more complicated. A much more complicated task than it seems. And I feel like it's going to be prone to breakage if it's not done right, and also very poor to the user experience if not implemented correctly. Side chat. For failed tasks, for failed or blocked tasks that include a shared asset, so an asset that was pasted or dropped into the architect's chat for the task, whenever tasked to do a retry, we should first check to see if that asset still exists in the temp folder, or in the input assets folder. Otherwise, the user will try to submit it again and the asset won't be there, which would cause a problem. Also, we may have to move away from the simple asset names back to something more specific, because if the folder gets emptied on load, removing all orphaned files, then the names start back over again, and it might reference an asset that has recently been orphaned again that just also happens to have the same name. Let's discuss this one before doing any actions. Since I created the advisor, task map captures that. Okay, well, have the builder start. But the task payload should also carry input asset IDs, asset, blah, 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 blah. On retry recovery, the daemon checks the durable IDs, not just the file name. This should tie directly into the recovery task we just discussed before. Send architect submits a recovery report. Check the linked assets. If assets exist, the recovery prompt can say task 74 has input assets still available. Image1.png. If missing, task 74 cannot be retried yet because it is missing. Ask the user to reattach it. Missing linked asset prompt should be app level. Should be app / daemon controlled. And also I'll just say question mark. Subagent. Okay, so I think that works. I think, yeah, it shouldn't be agent based, I don't think. There's a mechanical precondition on an agent judgment problem the task required. Yeah, because need to look at the portions around role pane and driver utility methods to add Kanban action behavior cleanly by passing callbacks through these components. Sweet. This is interesting. I guess maybe because that doesn't make sense. Is that thing still doing? It is still doing it. Now switching to implementation with the minimal scope. Why do I hear myself? Okay. This dude is taking forever.
If your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more, freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
Oh, come on. I should probably have 5.5 do a review on all this. Or I should have switched this to 5.5 for this task. Confirm the demon sync already has them. Man, this dude is still. I thought Spark was going to be a lot faster. Clearly, it's not. Come on, dude. had to compact again? No. Yeah. Wow. It's like the third. No wonder it's taking so long. It has to compact like every freaking 5 files. Yeah, I really do miss Claude's 1 million context window or whatever. This is painful. You're just now ready to implement. Holy. Painful. Bro. When the builder comes back, do an extra deep dive on its implementation. It's taking for future sessions. Let's make the larger and more complicated tasks run as 5.5 and keep 5.3 for the straightforward tasks. I don't have any faith in this. I think I'm gonna have to roll back from this. I don't. This is painful. we have the architect also update the architect MD file with this same logic. How do we... breaking larger tasks, larger and more complicated prompts into smaller tasks instead of large. We'll save this for add a task after add a task to the to-do file. Isn't this supposed to be a to-do item in the status MD file, not a task MD file? Holy shit, it finally ran. Check builders work. Looks like it. That was bad.
It's like clockwork, how it always ends. Bite my tongue, 'cause I have to pretend. Buried all my feelings, find them in a coffin where there's no space for healing or letting you in. Round and round is all we ever go. We can't call this love, but it's all we've ever known.
Jesus. So that was just a complete waste of time. It's just removed. I'm gonna say we should just roll back. Instead of sending it back to the same builder to fix their mistakes, let's just roll back their commit and then send the task to a 5.5 agent to implement better. All right, so dictation is now working there. Doesn't, hello? No, it doesn't want to do it there. Yeah. See it. Ooh, Builder Aquinas. Interesting. This is new. Kind of cool. So you could do that and then add, I guess, a side chat here. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so once that goes in, then we can do the task to update architect, and then we need to, well, we need to get back to actually doing the rest of this ticket. And we need to, I think we're gonna have to investigate the UX around the intermediate step. Because if that's not correct, then this whole thing's going to be a mess. And it would be better to just for sending tasks back to the architect. I think the original plan was that failed and abandoned tasks, that if they were retried, should just be abandoned and they'd be starting over from scratch. Is that still the case, or will the task itself just be reopened? Is that the right approach? I honestly don't know. I can see it going either way.
I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You open up my scars. I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You open up my scars. I think I need a
Is this dude struggling too?
I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark. You really broke my heart. You open up my scars. I think I need a break. Don't care how long it takes. You know I hate the way you make me feel so dark.
Where is this thing? This is way too much. Some sanctioned shell actions are daemon mediated. Use request app action only for explicitly supported app actions. Do not automate the UI through base.
Spicy fresh, let me have a little taste. Cold hot, bittersweet, let me see what's up. I like it hot, fierce, spicy fresh, let me have a little taste.
I didn't think this task was that hard. I knew it was like intricate, but this is...
I like it hot. Let me see what's up. I like it hot, 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 hot. I like it hot, 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 hot. Let me see what's up. I like it hot, 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 hot. I like it hot, 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 hot. Spicy fresh, let me have a little taste. Cold hot, bittersweet, let me see what's up. I like it hot, feel spicy fresh, let me have a little taste. Cold hot, bittersweet, let me see what's up. I like it hot. I like it hot. Let me see what's up. I like it hot. I like it hot.
If the original principle still matters as every task identity from executing scratch for failed tasks, is it okay? For abandoned task, I would keep abandoned tasks as terminal by default, send to architecture, not silently reopen architecture, re-inspect abandoned task, and usually create a new replacement. Okay, so I honestly don't know what to expect with this restart.
Must be something heaven sent. Payback for the love I spent. Oh my, this time I'ma keep it gon' stay fucked up, feel so good. High on my, the sky underneath my feet, it never looked so good. Oh my, let's try, I'ma keep it up, stay fucked up, that's my mood.
Okay, so that's the little arrow. I need to check, wait for this to come back, and then we can ask him.
Pretty close to heaven now. Moments of euphoria. I am never coming down.
Passes much better, but my review. Builder is done. So what are the steps that I need to take to test this, and what is the expected outcome? The Swift path uses, which sends input bytes into the running architect process. So send to architect is not printing a note, it actually submits the recovery prompt. Okay, send that, and then I'll click the button once it tells me. To test a manual build, open a project with an active architect pane. Create or use a task that is failed or abandoned. In the modal, try a replacement task. Do not. I don't. Accepts. I need to change this back to clipboard. I'll get rid of the modal for now. We'll focus on, we'll fix the modal in a minute. This doesn't seem correct. And then from the architect pane, here is the info, or here is the working log. When I clicked retry and sent to architect, it auto started and gate it auto started, but also left this in the user input field. Not sure if it was sent and just not cleared or was missed. See what that actually comes back with. The feature basically worked, but the submission mechanism is too naive for a multi-line text as separate submitted chunks. That's why the log shows repeated recovery blocks, interleaved tool calls, and one tail section left. Via terminal bracketed paste mode plus a single final enter instead of sending raw CRLF text. Gotcha. Well, the builder works. Can you check the... Okay, so it's... Before I run the next test, make sure it works. Before I run the next test, check the artifacts and reports for the task I sent for retry. Also check the DB and Kanban status of that task. Hey, C Films, how's it going today, man? I'm going all right. Getting frustrated with Codex. I don't even know if it's Codex's fault, but some of these agents are not building very clean stuff, and I don't know if maybe my prompts are just being super or my tasks for the prompts are just being super unclear, but I don't know. I feel like the past hour has just been redoing prompts over and over again. I switched briefly to 5.4, or I was on 5.3 for builder agents, but it took like 20 minutes for a builder to do it, and then it was complete garbage, so we had to just roll it back and switch to 5.5, and it's still taking forever, but at least we're on the right path now. So, yeah. It was not reopened. Retried and placed, rerouter, marked done. Placement task 75 is done. Kanban should therefore say is failed. 75 done. Notification exists. Report industry trends. Replacement succeeded by using supplied text and avoiding image OCR dependency. The broader loop session is still running because it contains other active pending workstreams, not because of the replacement task. No new loop report was created for this position, which is fine given the loop has not drained. But there I thought let's see, what should I say here? I thought we fixed the failed or abandoned or blocked tasks from keeping a loop open or assigning tasks to those open loops so that this issue wouldn't happen. Is this a different situation because we restarted a failed task? Also, should we keep task 12 on the Kanban board now that it is completed with a new task, or should it stay there for historical purposes? If we're keeping it on the board for historical purposes, should we update the card so that it knows that it is related to task 75, which was completed successfully? Perfect prompt. Yeah, so what are you working on now? See films? Are you still doing the movie thing? Seattle movie actor stats? Stats? Facts. It stayed failed in its old work stream, and task 75 completed and a new replacement work stream. That part worked as expected. The current loop is still open because it already has several other active pending work streams. It's closer to blocked edit. Blocked active pending work streams are still members of the current loop session, so the loop cannot drain. Before I test the latest, Still working on it. I was curious. So on your page, you had listed like what the tech stack was. I don't know why I expected it should be MongoDB. Is there a reason that why you didn't go with MongoDB? You started the database in a class and they taught us MariaDB. Okay. I don't know enough about different DBs and all that kind of stuff. I just know that that one's a super popular one. I don't know if that's because AI agents are just always fall back to that, or if there's an actual reason most of the time I see MongoDB. I don't know if that's above my knowledge. The loop open issue is adjacent but not exactly the same. The current loop is open because other blocked active work streams are still attached. We should harden a loop membership so only non-executable block failed, blah, blah, blah. Do not keep an execution loop open forever. Movies and people data goes well in a relational database. True. True. It's weird. It's not naming the agents anymore. I don't know if this was like it names them here, but then it, whatever. Found the least invasive data path. People were saying to try Composer. Because evidently it's super... It's supposed to be way faster.
I'ma pull up to the club with tequila in my cup. Pour it till I've had enough. Feel the empty in my heart. I'ma pull up to the club with tequila in my cup. Pour it till I've had enough. Feel the empty in my heart.
Don't... I mean, it might be... Like, maybe I do it once I'm actually building in the tool with the tool. But I don't think I want to switch or bring it into the piece until then. Pro Plus, Ultra. Okay, 3x limits on agent. Okay, but what's the extended limits on agent? Limited agent. But what does that mean? Like, how many agents do I get by default? I don't know. I'm gonna look into that. But again, I don't know if I'm gonna bring it in until I'm actually building with the tool. For people, movies, cities, Data Gemini says the best to use is a graph database. Number 2 is relational. Number 3, document database based. So, okay, but so which one? So, what is Maria versus Mongo?
Why have you been avoiding me so much lately? Did I do something wrong, or was it maybe something I said? I'm going crazy.
I guess so we're saying that Maria is a graph database because it could be a lot of deep connections across multiple tables. I don't know. I guess I thought that was kind of the whole point of SQL databases. And then a document database, best for flexible content, rich profiles. So would that be like storing lots of like, just like blobs versus strings and strings and whatnot. I can't remember what the other word is. Mongo is a document. Oh, okay. Yeah, that starts to get in over my head. I can do developer. I can do developer like workflows and understanding, especially if it's like front end stuff. But when we start getting into the back end stuff, my eyes kind of glaze over. I don't. It starts to get over my pay grade.
Something is obviously bothering you. Suddenly you're Mr. Distant.
Neo4j or Memgraph are graph databases. I've never heard of those, either of those. Syntax created, started GPU, builder is done, check their work. Maria is a 4. Oh, okay. I think I'm pretty sure this is just using a I think this is just using SQLite, because it basically is the Kanban is essentially just the visual representation of it. Like, it's just storing the tasks and their relationship status with some simple MD files that get projected, get exported for the memgraph. Which I say memgraph and then you said memgraph here. Not memgraph, but for like the RAG memory system. Okay, so because I already ran this, did image 3 get removed? Get cleaned up? No, it's still there. Recovery request from ADE shell for task number 12. Current spawn failed. If this failed task should continue, you may retry, reroute, or ask the user. Any builder execution should start from a fresh claim work tree attempt. If you create a replacement task for this, but Kanban records it as resolved by the replacement, do not mark this original done or reopen. Just show recovery. Before deciding, inspect fresh daemon context. I mean, technically this is working. But the problem is that I wanted it to pass the image to the builder. The original image asset ID is no longer considered active by the daemon, so I'm dispatching the replacement with the image path and verified text in the spec rather than attaching the stale asset ID. Okay, sure. Because this doesn't do me... I mean, it does do me good, but like it doesn't... If the architect did the work and it's just telling the builder to build the task with the value. Okay, what did you do over here though? Resolved by 76 done. Okay, so this is cool. Oh. this is on about. Reran number 12. Since it didn't have the badge, it then created task 76, but then grouped it with task number 15. What does this report say? Task 15. Task 12's blocker was environmental, not content-related. Recovery was achieved with user-provided verified transcription text and then completed via task 76. Not sure what number 15 has to do with anything. Oh, fuck. Has to do with anything. Check the report that it generated. Also, here is the ARCs pain log. Technically, it worked, but I'm concerned that even though it worked, the architect somehow grabbed the transcription, either the transcription from another source or it did the transcribing versus sending the work to the builder, and then the builder only built the MD with the value passed to it versus the builder actually doing the transcribing. It's kind of an edge case scenario where the task technically is correct or done, but how it got done is not correct. Can you verify that this is actually what happened? And look at all of the artifacts, logs, and reports, as well as the database and the Kanban board status. I don't know about that one. Because I don't know. Resolved by 76, done. I mean, that's just styling. That'll all get replaced. This progress bar needs to go away whenever it's been resolved. But I don't know what this task 15 is. Yeah, no clue what the task 15 stuff is about. Treat this as an audit pass, not implementation. Inspect the test. Did apply check. Now I'm narrowing on task 12, 15, 75, and 76 plus their shared workstream report on, because the suspicious part is that 76 was intentionally created in task 12's original workstream, grouping with number 15. I don't understand how 15 has anything to do with it. How? Yeah. That's cool. So it went and grabbed the image, wrote the same working content image 3 transcript. The number 75 had already published from a different workstream. That is the likely source of the report. Published conflicts with the retry flow worked at the task card level, but it created duplicated recovery work and it had an emerge conflict at publication time. Okay, yeah, sure, maybe. I just don't understand where. I checked it worked structurally, but the workflow boundary got muddy. Task 12 has still failed and now has resolved by task 76. Task 76 is done. Kanban data now show task 12 is resolved by 76 and the retry action should be hidden for number 12. In the original image transcription workstream, it already contained task 15. Text also matches earlier answered questions on task 12, so I do not think it came from task 15. It came from task 12, history, and It covers 15 and 76, but also discusses historical task 12. That is confusing, but explainable. So most of this happened all because we are developing it, and it shouldn't happen in the future because we wouldn't be able to click the retry button again in the future. So that's not really a consideration that I need to worry about. I still don't understand where task 15 even came from, considering I clicked retry on task 12. So I don't know where task 15 actually comes from. We should attempt to do a retry task again, except I don't have any available. Can you insert into the database and MD files a fake tasks that has been failed, and then I can interact with that inside of the shell and we can test the work stream all over again. I can drop in a new file into the folder directly, and then you can reference that whenever you make the task manually. Thoughts? Not sure about that one. Old shared workstream, not from the retry itself. Task 12 and 15 and later 76 all ended up on the same workstream. So when 76 completed, you drop a new image. Okay. Image placed in the folder. I'll use SQLite timeouts and avoid touching unrelated state. Task 77, it's in its own working stream. I'm doing a quick sanity check now. DB row, artifact files, asset linkage, and git branch existence. Okie dokie. Alright. Launch this bitch. That task has failed and has no resolved by task ID in the workstream is isolated, so when you retry it, you should not see unrelated task grouping like number 15. Okay. Okay, so expected architect creates a replacement with resolves task ID equals 77. Expected after builder finishes task 77 remains failed but shows resolved by, and the retry icon disappears. Watch whether architect transcribes the image itself or delegates the actual transition work to the builder. That's the key behavior we're testing now. From arc. Builder completed. Number 77. However, I don't see. Okay. However, I thought 77 was going to stay in the failed column, and it would have then created number 78, which would have then referenced it in the failed column, with 78 being in the done column. Is that not what is supposed to happen? Also, I never received a report that the work was completed. Checked it, you're right. It works structurally. Okay. Oh shit. Any newly created task report confirmed. There is no number 70. Architect used the old retry pass of 77 itself, moved from failed to ready. Then builder completed number 77. I'm checking why no report fired because the workstream social is complete from the synthetic. That reopened task 77 itself. Builder then completed 77, so 77 removed to done. No 78 was created. So the campaign screenshot matches the DB task 77. Now it was completed retry task. The builder did appear to do the transcription this time. Build artifacts has created a file from the supplied input image, and the throughput is cool. Recovery prompts from the shells today for failed. Abandon campaign recorder before creating a replacement task. Can we not just limit the tool? And how do we make sure that this report problem doesn't continue to happen? Do we need to do a review of the entire Kanban / workflow stream so that this can always be a universal approach versus right now it seems everything is being done one-off? That's a bad approach. That's a bad prompt. That was a garbage one. C Films raided me with a party of one viewer. Hello, yeah, raid. All right. I don't know if I've ever been raided before. Definitely not on this channel. I don't know if I ever got raided when I did video game streaming. Yes, we can limit the tool, but I do it at the action level, not by removing update task entirely. Should the... That's not what I wanted. This song sucks. Is it really a problem that the builder either creates a new task versus updating the task whenever it retries? The database would still be recording that it is a retry. So why not just make it universal instead of adding additional cards to it? I'm fine either way, I think, but which one actually makes more sense? I honestly don't know. Universal sync task retry model actually makes more sense as the default. To create 78 years old by 77 model is better when the original task is conceptually dead. But for a normal try again with a fresh worksheet is cleaner. Okay, yeah, so the report can say it. Better universal task, durable, tempt, replacement, new task only when the request spec changes, resolved by supersession, not ordinary. Okay. Let's go ahead and make all of these changes to both the workflow as well as the rules on when to retry versus create a new task entirely. You've been working on making the C-film code more maintainable and scalable. How exactly? Like just separating sections out more into individual stuff so it's not all clumped together, or like what are you doing exactly? Removing repeated code. Yeah, that's actually something I need to do on this. I'll probably wait until I'm happy with all of the logic and baseline functionality of the app in its current state, or not its current state, but as it is from a visual point of view. I'll probably wait until all that's done, and then right before I start the real UI phase, where I just rip it all apart and actually implement what I want, I need to go through and like do a full audit on like dead code, and there's a few skills out there to help with like de-slopping code bases. And at that point, I'll probably... What I'll actually do is at that point, it'll be when the app can actually start building stuff itself. So I can run the app through itself, and then I'll have set. Then I can just launch like 3 QA agents, all with different agents, and then all with different models from different vendors even, and then I'll just have them do a full QA on the site itself, or on the apps code base itself. That's when I'll probably do that, because I want to go into the UI phase with as clean of code as possible. So a completed work stream can stay invisible to the reporter after a retry. Sure. I honestly didn't think that this was going to be such a complicated thing. I thought the actual sending it to the architect was going to be the complicated part, but that was like literally one shot. I guess there was 2 shot because it had the line break. But yeah, I thought that was going to be the difficult part. Yeah. So with the new workflow, retry new task from old task logic being implemented. What does that mean? Yes, but more narrowly. The badge should still be used for replacement and supersession, not ordinary retry. Same task retry, task stays the same card. If it later succeeds, it moves to done. No resolve by badge unique. Volta. Burnt engineer. Hey, Aaron. What's up, man? So can I explain what I'm building? Yeah. So basically it's an ADE system. So right now I'm working in Codex over here, and I just have an advisor pane over here, advisor window, and I work with him, and then it creates the prompts and sends it sends it out to builder agents. And so this is just a workflow that uses like skills and the agent MD files to kind of orchestrate it. It's not 100% reliable, and it's not 100% as responsive as it should be. And a lot of times the architect becomes is busy, or the advisor is busy thinking and working through with the builder. So the ADE system basically will allow you to create a project folder, and then you'll be able to spawn as many agents as you want or your provider allows. And it talks directly with agents through an MCP server, and then it has a built-in ticketing system. And then the cool thing is you can do like Codex for your advisor or your architect, and then you can send it to Claude, for example. Eventually, it'll be able to do like multi-machine. So if you had a cluster of Mac Minis, like say you had 5 Mac Minis, you could have an agent on each one of those Mac Minis. And then you could set this up to run, and then you'd have one host machine that just drove everything. And then you could have it entirely local, and they'd all talk to each other and everything be in sync. You could have like your architect be Codex 5.5, and then all the other agent roles be local. So the big thing here is that like the architect / the advisor does all the actual prompting. So whenever this thing actually runs, I could say just like make an MD file that says fart, but the prompt that it sends to the MCP server and to the other agents is much more detailed. And there's a whole like memory system built into it for context management. So that's the high level version of the explanation of the whole project. And the reason, the good thing about that is that you could send, because the architect sends such detailed prompts, you can use, like I can use 5.5 for the architect, and then I can use 5.3 for the builder. So it's a lot cheaper. Sometimes it's a lot faster. So you don't have to worry about being as careful with your prompts. Swift build succeeded on making the task file to complete with implementation, verification, blah, 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 blah. So yeah, right now this is just like a workflow using agent and skills files, but it's not bulletproof, and it's still pretty slow. You're a junior pursuing your BTech. I'm not sure what that is. Still beginner learning step by step. Man, there's no better way than just to subscribe and play around with it. I'm a designer by trade. It's been well over a decade since I coded, and I was a front end developer. I don't know anything about back end stuff. And one day I was just like, screw it, I'm gonna learn AI. So easiest way is to just start doing it and literally just ask the agent to teach you. Be like, I don't understand what this means. And whenever I was using Claude, I actually had a skills setup that I was just like, explain this to me like I'm your mom. So it was like super easy, but not like it acted a little bit better than like explain like I'm 5. That was a little too kiddie. So I just had it explained to me like it's my mom, or I'm its mom. The report bug is addressed to retrying a task. Complete a work stream. Now it reactivates the work stream reporting state, and the reporter can fire again. Can you make a new failed task so I can test? so I can test the new fixes. There is a new file in the folder called manual retry. Test copy.png. Yeah, man, it's, and then as far as like a project for you, like literally think of anything in your life that could be fixed with an app or a web page or, you know, anything. Even if you don't release it to the world, like just think of something that you want to do, or do the foolish thing that everybody thinks they can do, and that's to write like a trading bot. That was my first project. Is like, oh, I'm pretty good with trading stocks and crypto. I'll just make a bot that automates it for me. That was a waste of time and tokens. Like one thing I'm going to do is, so like my Sony camera that I'm using for this, it's supposed to be able to connect via USB. And I don't have to use a capture card, but the Sony app for Mac is extremely unreliable. So I'm thinking of just like opening up Codex CLI and running the goal command and just say, write me a new app that fixes this USB connection problem. Because Sony hasn't fixed it in 5 years. So even on my like big expensive camera, it also doesn't want to connect over USB. I can understand this one. This one's an A7 III, so it's definitely old and like whatever, but it's supposed to still be able to do it over USB, but it doesn't work. But my newer bigger camera, it should. So I don't understand. New task. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna write that down because slash goal project for replacing Sony Image Edge webcam. Okay, so all right, so 78. Transcribe the image. Okay, so we'll resend you, send. It appears that it's working. Is this the report? Attempt number 1, blah, 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 blah. Attempt number 2, attempt number 3. That it worked. The report came in. It says there was 3 attempts. Inspect the report file and all other DB and artifact entries. Also, look at the screenshot. Is this saying to make 2 tool calls to gain context? Is that really needed? Synthetic failed attempt, architect retry marker, successful build attempt. I'm reading the report. I'll see whether the language is clear or misleading. Seven 78 ended in the expected same task retry shapes. The 3 attempts in the report is accurate, but the wording could be a little clearer. Think that is reasonable for recovery. Get task gives current task spec payload state. Get task attempts gives why it failed. Okay, all right, sure, fine. Yes, let's make the changes to the wording around the number of attempts so that it doesn't look like it tried 3 different times. And if the tool call is needed, then so be it. Let's keep it that way. Okay, so that still works. Ooh, Cicerio.
Now you got me out in the deep. Feeling I'll be wrapped around your neck. When you burn me out like a cigarette. Yeah. Drifting in the city, no sleep. Don't know where we headed for next. Maybe we should get lost in the
Okay, so once this comes back, there was a task that I added that's in like an MD file that it wasn't supposed to be versus the to-do file. I need to tackle that one, I think, and then that might be it for this piece. There was a task that was created in a side chat. It created essentially an orphaned MD file instead of adding it to the status MD file. Can you take a look for that and see if that's something that we need to be working on now that this piece of the puzzle is fixed? Welcome. Nope, that ain't it. It might not be in this branch. Okay, didn't pick up. Oh, you're gonna screw it up. Let's go ahead and clean up those orphaned files then, and then let's merge this Kanban work that we've been doing back to master before proceeding to the next one.
So sweet to me. This is where I wanna be. On up with you, supersonic. We're on fire, rockin' love alive. On up with you. Just in the backseat of the Beamer, put my feet up. How you feeling? Yeah. Just in the backseat of the Beamer, put my feet up. How you feeling?
Not saved by committing this as integrated recovery Kanban batch because the app action resolved. Retry that. Okay, sure.
This is where I wanna be. So sweet to me. This is where I wanna be. On up with
What are the next tasks that we should be looking at before we start the optimization round? It never captures the last word. I've noticed that like the last 5 times. Like round. That's pretty specific word. I don't know. Kanban task context actions. We can wait on that. Blocked, abandoned, loop, cleanup. Workflow aware progress model. For number 2, can you look at the current Kanban tasks and why those tasks are still open? And if they are open because they were blocked before Ask User was implemented fully, if those tasks would even be in the state that they are now, now with the functionality implemented. Essentially, could those tasks ever be left in the state that they are now, given that we've implemented new features since those tasks were created? Because this might not even be a problem anymore. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, so they're all before, or most of them should be before we got the image inspection and recovery flow working. But outside of it being that specific reason for them being blocked, would tasks even be able to be continuously blocked like they are now with the new features we have in place? Not specific to the image tasks that they are assigned with. Because I think they're stuck because they don't have the logic attached to them that tasks created today have. See, I'm glad that it actually knew what the fuck I was talking about. So I can enter the system, not just the dog food answer. That's wonderful. Bu- 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 bu. That is by design. Should block tasks keep? So, with that audit complete, is there anything that we really need to do with this task? If anything, I think we should go through and clean up the database. So, everything that is currently keeping open workstream loops or anything else like that should be just removed entirely. And then the tasks in the Kanban can also just be removed. And then moving forward, the only time that stuff should happen, it should also include everything that it needs to be recovered, which, if I'm understanding our work correctly, all of that has now been completed, correct? It's like a 4 out of 11 prompt. That was really bad. The caveat: a task can still intentionally claim blocked forever if it has a real pending user question and the user never answers, abandons, or recovers it. That's expected. What we still want later is better Kanban context actions so that this state is easy to resolve from the UI. For the current test project, I agree with cleanup. I would do it as a one-time test. Right now, we don't even have the ability to add a to mark an action as abandoned, correct? That's just in the database and in the plan, but we don't have a way to actually make that, correct? So let's just work on having or adding the right click ability on tasks to mark a task as abandoned, and then that way I can just manually clean it up and you don't have to do a hack to clean or hygiene the database. And we can just make sure that whenever we abandon a task or a work stream, that it does all of the correct things as far as loops and polling and all that other stuff. Really went out with a bang on that prompt. Um, so y'all saying it's done. Let's see. Mm, We need to add the right-click context menu for abandon onto every column except for obviously the done column and the abandoned column, with another exception to being tasks that have been resolved by another task but are historically being saved in the failed column. Don't we want it to be updating the DB? Oh, nice. I don't have to. Bending will move it to abandon if. Be cleaned up and just say are you sure you want to abandon task number. And then we should do a check on if it is a dependent for other tasks, and if so, then say it will block them. Like list out the we should also then include a button that allows you to abandon those other tasks as well. Hilbert. Can't add the model specificity. The model specificity to architects, since we don't know what models will be selected by the user in the future. I'll just hold on to that. Hilbert says he's done. What are you doing? Endpoint says direct dependence only, while daemon abandon cascades transitively. The UI lists only direct tasks we may need to name. That honestly, or expand the impact query. I have no idea what this thing's talking about. Did not keep a selected task only button. The model now lists the affected task, and the destructive button says it will abandon the task and dependence, which will match what the DB update will actually do. The follow up is verified. I'm committing this as a second local round on the same branch. Okay. Task is explicitly model agnostic architect should split large, risky, ambiguous requests into smaller builder task or stage work streams using create task depends on task IDs and clear, but should not say use 55 or name any future model. I also did sweet. Can you make some dummy blocked tasks that have both be that are in one work stream and have dependent and non-dependent tasks, so I can test Why parent task? Blocked direct dependent of 79, blocked transitive dependent of 80, blocked independent task with no dependence. For the descriptions on the dependent tasks, is this the right value? This looks like the flow of where the tasks are stuck, not the title or summary of that task. It should still be short and sweet, but it doesn't need it. But this doesn't look right. Okay. Are you sure you want to abandon the task? Yes. So it's saying 84 should list 85. Abandoned task. It looks like the abandoned logic is working, so we should go ahead and close out that task and commit it to master. The next thing I want to work on is the card cleanup itself. I believe there's also a task already created to clean up the progress bars. It doesn't make sense that abandoned progress bars A are at 85% and B even exist because they're not in progress anymore. They're abandoned. Same thing for tasks that are in the failed column. The other thing is right now the cards all say builder, and I don't know why they say builder. Can you explain why that it says that, and if and when it would ever say anything but builder? Also, should we include the retry button for abandoned tasks, or should we just be keeping that for failed tasks? And can that button ever show up for blocked in the blocked column, and should it? Ooh, stream is up.
Easier for those to manufacture. So just an incredible amount of effort from the world's best engineering team getting this rocket to the pad ready to launch today. I'm going to stop talking for a little bit. That was a lot. Send it back down to Kate and Jake for more on pad 2.
Yeah, so like Dan was just saying, the team has been working hard on a brand new rocket, but we also redesigned the ground systems. And that brand new Pad 2 is making its debut today.
We took everything we learned from operating on Pad 1 to create this totally new launch pad. Pad 2 is optimized for full and rapid reusability. We've upgraded our propellant farm with much more storage and more pumps to enable super fast filling for launch and relaunch. And on the tower, we changed to shorter chopsticks. That's the black assembly there at the top of the tower, and that enables even faster motion to better track vehicles flying in for catch.
Yeah, and we also changed the actuators driving those chopsticks from hydraulics to 100% electromechanical, increasing their speed, redundancy, and reliability. On the ground, the launch mount was also completely redesigned, and if I had to describe it in one word, I'd say robust. But it's also smarter. We've separated the fuel and aux systems into different compartments and repositioned the booster quick disconnects to be out of the vehicle's plume during liftoff.
And as you can see there on your screen, we also have a new bi-directional flame diverter and a new top deck flame deflector to eliminate metal wearing down. So we said goodbye to the pancake. However, this will help us get to zero refurbishment between launches. Now this pad is still built for maximum safety and fast turnaround because making life multiplanetary will require launching a lot of starships. Now, it's currently T-minus 18 minutes and 38 seconds. We're going to
Next
hop over to
task
Hawthorne
should
for
be
a
a
moment
campaign
for more
car
on
cleanup,
Starlink
probably
with Tyler
against
Lionquist. Tyler?
Hey, Kate, thank you so much. I'm Tyler Lionquist, and I'm a Starlink
Once
business analyst
we
here at Space.
add additional roles. For example, whenever we're working inside of the engineering role or the engineering template, will the label that currently says builder 90% of the time make more sense? So in that case, should we keep it for now?
Tech demo between the V2 and the V3 Starlink satellites. and acts as a platform for testing V3 components. Now, the larger V3 satellites aim to greatly expand our network's capacity, while V3 hardware is designed to support faster Wi-Fi and improved broadband speeds
I
for our
agree, it's mostly
customers
noise
while
on the end.
providing
85%.
significant capacity upgrades from the V2 Mini. So, in addition to
Yes, can we go ahead and do a full review of the individual steps of the progress bars? So even when they are not so even if we did keep them, they'd at least be more accurate in the workflow lifespan. But in the end, we do need to hide them from the abandoned column at a minimum. In the future, we might remove them from being displayed in the failed column as well.
this new design would use lasers to relay data back to Earth, which can massively increase the bandwidth available to future lunar missions. We currently have thousands of lasers operating in our Starlink constellation around Earth, and deploying that technology around the moon could connect it with hundreds of terabits of capacity. Together, this could provide the connectivity backbone between the Earth and the moon, and enable gigabit connectivity anywhere on the lunar surface, providing data for rovers, habitats, and astronauts, and hopefully some incredible views for us back on Earth too. So all of that adds up to a lot of satellites, but the good news is there's still plenty of space in space. That said, the Starlink team takes space safety extremely seriously and works hard to encourage best practices across the entire industry so
This
space
is
stays open
totally
for as many people
pre-recorded.
as
This is the
possible.
exact same
In
thing
fact,
as
just
yesterday.
yesterday, the Starlink team published a new update on Starlink.com to encourage all satellite operators to better coordinate
I'm like
and follow
90%
best
sure on that
practices
one.
to keep space safe. So for more on safety, go to starlink.com/updates. And with that, let's kick it back over to Kate and Jake and Starbase for today's mission profile.
Thanks, Tyler. Now let's dive into the flight profile for today's test. As we've mentioned already a couple of times, there are numerous redesigns making their debut today across the entire launch vehicle. In light of this, we want to keep our learning focused on all of that new hardware and software. So we're running a flight profile that's similar to past Starship flights in order to minimize any new variables.
Yeah, that's right. So as always, we start with liftoff, where Super Heavy ignites 33 of those brand new Raptor 3 engines. We power through ascent ahead of hot stage separation, where the booster shuts down all but 5 sustainer engines. Stage 2 then lights its Raptor engines while still attached to Super Heavy, where we see stage separation, debuting the integrated hot stage, directional booster flip, and engine relight for boost back using 33 engines. And after coasting for a few minutes, the booster today will target a landing burn and soft splashdown a few miles off from the coast of Starbase.
Ship keeps it going with ascent burn to a suborbital trajectory. Then we'll deploy 20 Starlink simulator satellites and 2 Dodger Dogs, as we affectionately call them. We also plan to relight a single Raptor engine. Next will be re-entry a few minutes later. For the first time in a while, we're intentionally not messing with Starship's heat shield. At that point, we should have some amazing views of the ship's Technicolor re-entry through Earth's atmosphere. If all of that goes as planned, we'll finish the test with a landing flip, a landing burn, and a soft water splashdown in the Indian Ocean. And in just a few moments, thanks to Starlink, we'll be going live to the Indian Ocean and chatting once again with the ship recovery team stationed out there.
Yeah, I'm super excited about that. That's going to be totally awesome. But sit tight, because first we're going to go to Dan for a quick status check.
Yep. Hey, everybody. Good news. Still looking good. Range is green currently. We're expecting another update on that in just about 4 minutes. That should be our final determination. Weather continues to look amazing. Vehicle and pad both looking healthy. We are a little over 80% on fuel, 95 on locks in the ship. And then a little more than 2/3 is with the
files
booster.
plus the
So
task
we
note.
are on track today, looking good for a launch right now at 5:30 p.m. Central Time. All right, so we're going to do that right at the top of our window. Once again, though, we're going to be targeting to send Starship around the world for a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. We had a really quick check-in yesterday with the Starship recovery team out there on station. They're helping us to maintain the range and a whole lot more. So let's jump back out there once more today. We've got Suren Sunai joining us live from the boat deck out in the Indian Ocean, a couple hundred miles off the coast of Australia. Suren, how's it going, man? Welcome to the Flight 12 webcast. How's everything looking out there in the landing zone?
Dan, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm not going to lie to you, it's a little rougher than it was yesterday. Nighttime, it's hard to see the horizon, but we're looking at about 10-foot seas, and we're loving it, but it's rough.
All right, what's your guys' primary job out there? I mean, you're out kind of in the middle of nowhere. What are you guys doing?
So, like as you mentioned, like it's usually a 500 to 600 nautical miles sail from shore. And our primary goal is as a range clearing group. So like we come out here and make sure there's no one else in the area so the rocket can launch. But that kind of allows us to do our second goal, which is to conduct imagery of the rocket as it re-enters and as it splashes down. We get a lot of other data, but like the primary one is for sure imagery with an ensemble of maritime and aerial-based assets.
And talk to us a little bit, because it's evolved over time, kind of humble beginnings of getting those views, to talk us through where we've gotten to now today.
Yeah, I think some people know, but like the Markset bots are quite identifiable. That's the buoys that we use, and they were originally used as sailboat racers, and we kind of put them in as a Hail Mary attempt on Flight 5 to get imagery of the rocket as it came down. And we all thought it maybe would have worked, but we were super shocked and really pleased to see all of the
Sweet.
buoys
Okay,
pointed
so
right at the
then
rocket as it came down, which is a testament to not only the scrappy engineering we were able to put together, but also the rocket's ability
is
to land right on
everything
target.
besides the
Since then, we've
two
kind of iterated
dispatch
more and more, and these buoys
branches
have become way
now
more robust and
merged
have now a
and
lot more data collection materials, not just visual
origin.
imagery. And as a result, they kind of are the most mature versions they've ever been. And it's really cool because almost all the buoys that we're deploying even now for Flight 12, we just got them off our back deck a few hours ago, are the exact same ones that were used for Flight 5.
And I saw a couple of user terminals. How's Starlink kind of playing a role in this entire operation?
Dan, I'm not gonna lie to you. If we didn't have Starlink out here, we would be screwed. Like just on like a usual basis of like working, we're allowed to like have calls with each other and like work on documents with each other, send things to each other in like a very timely manner because of the Starlink
and
on the
then
boat. But not only
let's
that, each one of these
review
buoys
the
is
other
equipped with a
tasks
standard
to
Starlink Mini,
work
the one you
on.
would just get from like ordering it commercially, and that allows us to not only operate the buoy remotely, but also to get live stream data and telemetry, which is honestly super useful, and I don't think we have another solution for it without Starlink.
All right, before I let you go, what's it like? You're out there and then all of a sudden Starship appears out of the sky. What's that feel like, man?
Dan, I can't lie to you, it feels awesome. Just like being on the boat, not seeing any land for miles and miles, and then hearing the Starship crack down with its sonic booms and watching it breach through the sky, it is one of the most magical feelings on Earth, and really excited to feel that again today.
All right, well, thanks, Suren. Good luck, man. Hopefully we're sending a rocket your way real soon. Thanks for joining us in, man. I'm going to send it now back down to Kate and Jake for the latest progress we're making at Cape Canaveral in Florida.
Test review.
Thanks, Dan.
Task
Now,
status,
if we
hygiene
want to get
pass.
to the moon and then Mars as fast as possible, there's
Let's
really
do
only one answer,
number
and it's to launch a
one.
lot more rockets.
Yeah, and to do that, we're going to need a few more launch pads and support buildings, which is exactly what we're working on over in Florida. So originally built for Apollo and then the space shuttle,
This pairs
Launch
with your
Complex
split large
39A has flown
complicated-
126 Falcon missions since SpaceX reactivated the pad in 2017.
Yeah, I actually remember the day that we did that. I was able to host the live webcast for that first launch out of Pad 39A, and it was just
Additional
so
demon
amazing to
mediated
see that
actions.
pad come back
Once
to
it
life.
submit,
And it's
architect
also
prompt
exciting
exists,
to
thanks
see
to
how
overall
today,
actions,
almost
start
10
loop,
years
pause loop,
later,
spawn,
the ongoing,
roll.
ongoing construction, as you see there on your screen, and the development that will bring a second launch tower to Launch Complex 39A. It's designed to expand our capabilities to support Starship launches in the future, while also continuing to support Falcon Heavy missions from the original Apollo shuttle Falcon launch tower.
Yeah, and we're not done. We're also building a Starship launch pad at Slick 37. And to support the uptick in future launches, there's Gigabay, a giant assembly and maintenance facility designed to prep Starships ahead of Florida launches. And when complete, this huge structure aims to hold 24 work cells and over 800,000 square feet of workspace. It's going to be a big building.
So much space.
So yeah, SpaceX's future in Florida is quickly taking shape with our very first launches on the horizon.
Exactly. A horizon that aims for regular trips to the moon. And speaking of moon, we've got another special guest for you today. Dan, I think the last time you and I were on a webcast with this person was Polaris Dawn, as he was performing the very first commercial spacewalk.
Oh, shit.
That's right,
Isaacman?
Kate and Jared. I don't know if today will be quite as cool as doing a spacewalk, but we're going to try our best to make it as exciting. Like, thanks for joining us here today, man. You had a heck of an entrance on the way in.
It's great to be here. Yep, certainly great to do a little bit of a flyby. I think they should accompany all the great rocket launches, and we certainly got a great rocket out there on the pad. But wonderful to be back, and no surprise, it's always changing here. It looks amazing.
I was going to say, it's been a couple of years. What was your impression flying in? It just the lay of the land.
Well, I think it was actually maybe 10 months ago. I was here slinging pizzas. I got a new job now, but it was. There's been so much that's changed even since then. Yeah, the facilities look amazing. All the housing that's coming in here, and of course, you got 2 orbital launch pads out there and a rocket that's just looking fantastic, especially from the air. It's good.
Yeah, you said you got a new job. It's been a slow start to your first 6 months. I mean, you only sent humans around the moon for the first time since the Apollo days. Bill and I kind of nerded out a little bit. Like, that was the last thing I worked on when I was at NASA, so seeing them go was just insane. Like, how's everybody feeling after the success of Artemis 2?
Well, I'd say I have the best job in the world, and I certainly work with an unbelievable team. I mean, as you know, that mission was a long time in the making, so I got to show up at the right time to see everybody put all that effort to
Doc sanity
put it
checks
in
good.
action.
The
But
only 2
what a
current
great
task
mission.
files
Those 4 astronauts, you couldn't have had better ambassadors.
in
for
progress. The
humankind to
modified file
stars. I
list
mean,
is
they really brought us
mostly
all along for
intentional
10
one-liner
days,
format
and
fixes.
we're getting ready for what comes next. We're going to start stacking Artemis 3. We got a lot of the hardware in the VAB already. We're hoping to even get out to the pad before the end of the year, do another wet dress. So,
all right.
And we're looking forward to seeing this thing fly, because hopefully at some point in the not too distant future, we're gonna join up in Earth orbit.
Yeah, I mean, what's coming up next, and ultimately, like, based on the moon, that's the big focus. Like, what's kind of the why? Like, why are we doing this for everybody?
Oh, well, I mean, and yes, we're certainly trying to get back to the moon, but what's coming up next? We're also building a moon base in parallel. And why are we doing that? Well, it's for a lot of the shirts I see around here, which is Occupy Mars. I mean, what a great opportunity. Go to the moon, return to the moon, build a moon base on the South Pole, interact with the water ice, right? Maybe work on some of those skills we're going to need when we're 4 days away from home for what we might need someday when we're 9 months away from home. But we got other things coming up too. You got Nancy Grace Roman, that telescope's going to launch later this summer. There's a lot of great, exciting things going on at NASA right now.
Yeah, man. All right. Well, SpaceX, we're custom built to try and make life multiplanetary. We're super honored, excited to be part of this entire Artemis program. Really excited to see Starship, sending people to the moon, all of the different pieces working together. It's going to be a really exciting future.
Oh, absolutely. Well, thanks for having me here. It's great to see everybody. Again, I know a lot of hard work leads up to a moment like this, so we're all rooting for you, and we're looking forward to meeting up next year in Earth orbit.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you jump back in there. Got about 4 minutes to go. Just toss it back down to Kate and Jake.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say we could listen to you guys yap about the moon pretty much all day. It's so inspiring to hear about the future of exploration on the moon. And if you caught the show yesterday, you also heard some more future space exploration news.
Yeah, that's right. From-2 mission commander Chun Wang will be one of the first humans to become an interplanetary traveler. Don't think I've ever said that word before. While also joining Starship's first mission to fly past the moon.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Amazing. In fact, that Dragon capsule.
First review found a likely migration bug in one legacy path. Claude MD could become a symlink to Agents MD before Agents MD exists as an alias to the canonical rule file.
Now, Dan, we're now coming back into
let the test tell us
a
what
terminal
else
count
shakes
again.
loose.
Anticipation is definitely growing as we proceed towards our second attempt. Once again, this is the first flight. We're aiming to fly for the first time Starship version 3. Massive upgrades across the vehicle that you see at the pad there, as well as the pad itself.
The good news is we've had a pretty quiet countdown
To
today.
adjust
We are
install
looking at a
resync
green
so
range
non-user
still, not
edited
tracking any
compatibility
issues
files.
with our weather, with the vehicle, or with the pad for a launch. We are now getting into the phase where we're closing out prop load on the ship, and then booster is going to close out in about 15 seconds or so. Once we're fully done with this, you're looking at 11.5 million plus pounds of liquid propellant on board Starship and Super Heavy. We're going to get the pad itself ready, push back all of the propellant that's in those lines running from the farm up to the launch mount.
Focus
Just kind of
suite
harden
is
the
green
area
now.
and get it ready for launch. We're going to peek inside, hopefully see the engines do a little wiggle as we do our final steering check. That'll happen at T-minus 100 seconds, and then after we get through T-minus 40. If you tuned in yesterday, you're very familiar. If we need to hold, we can go into what's called rapid recycle, essentially, where we can hang out at T-minus 40 seconds. It's built in. We're only going to hold if there's an issue, not currently tracking one. They can pop up after we pass T-minus 40, but right now we're looking good. Hopefully going to move right past that.
And then once we do pass T-minus 40 seconds, a number of events will occur in quick succession. That is when the QD vent gate, or quick disconnect vent gate, will clear the gas commodity lines that connect the pad to the vehicles. Both the ship and the booster will configure their comm systems for flight and will rapidly run leak checks on gas and fluid tanks. And the booster goes to internal power, and its engines will get their final priming for launch, while the ship's engines begin their ascent bleed profile and arms the automatic flight safety system.
Yeah, and once we pass T-minus 40 seconds, we still have the ability to rapidly recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds.
Looks like we might be getting some engine wiggles here, as Dan mentioned earlier. These allow us to check out the thrust vector control actuators on these engines. It's important to make sure that they can steer.
Everything staged except the... Yep,
and
that's
Flame
good.
diverter on pad 2 activates at around T-minus 17 seconds and enters what is essentially the point of no return at T-minus 10 seconds. If we have a hold close to T-minus 17 seconds, there's a chance we could recycle, but the closer we get to T-minus 10, the lower that chance becomes. We just heard we're at T-minus 1 minute.
Yeah, so at this point in time, we're going to stop talking. We're going to let the rocket take over and listen to some amazing pad sounds of the first flight of Starship version 3.
Prompt resolution now prefers role named files while agents MD and Claude MD compatibility still works.
All right, we are holding. We were just waiting for the fuel pushbacks to complete into the prop farm.
What are
We did hear
the
that did just complete,
steps?
so expecting them to reset that hold shortly. Clock, the hold is reset, clock is rolling.
Can we get further than yesterday?
Flight directors go for launch.
Push to origin. Further than yesterday?
Minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, ignition.
God damn.
We have liftoff.
Pitching downrange.
Booster Raptor, chamber pressure nominal.
All right, we are T plus 30 seconds.
That thing moved quick.
Raptor 3 engines on booster V3, ascending over the Gulf now, coming up on maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Booster and ship, avionics power, telemetry nominal.
Systems looking good. We're just passing through the period of maximum dynamic pressure. A little over a minute into flight now. Vibrations chilling out here at Star Factory as we continue to watch Starship Flight 12 arc out over the Gulf. The next major thing coming up is going to be hot staging.
Booster prop systems nominal.
Reminder, we do what's our version of MECO. Most engines cut off, so we're going to shut down all but 5 of the Raptor engines on the booster. And then after that happens, we're going to ignite the 6 engines on ship while it is still attached. We have clamps that hold the 2 together. Those are going to retract inside of that hot stage ring, kind of protect them. Looks like we had 1 of the engines go out, still flying on 32 of the Raptor engines. But again, once we get the hot staging, those 6 engines on the ship are going to ignite. We're going to do it in a little bit different of a sequence on version 3. Essentially, those 3 RVAC engines will ignite first. Almost immediately after, just 1 of those central engines is going to ignite, and that's going to give the booster a bit of a kick, sending it in a known direction, followed shortly after by the other 2. We're through MECO.
Need separation.
Come on, do something cool. Yes, cool.
There you go, successful hot staging separation. We are not seeing as many booster engines ignite as we expected for boost back, but we are seeing 6 good engines lit on ship. It looks like we just had an early boost back shutdown. Again, a reminder, the booster was planned to essentially head into the Gulf for a splashdown, but it has shut its engines down early on into boost back. And we just see one of the RVAC, so we're now running on 5 engines on ship. We do have engine out capability, so it's going to continue into its ascent. You got booster on the left there, ship on the right.
Ship avionics power and telemetry
we are not
nominal.
planning on bringing the booster back for this flight, as this was the very first time. All right, so we're about 3 minutes, 50 seconds into today's flight. Just a reminder that the ship planned to burn its engines for about 8 minutes and change. About 8 minutes and 11 seconds was our planned timeline for today. That could shift slightly as we do have 1 engine out running on 1 fewer RVACs.
But I don't know if it's supposed to be spinning like that.
Again, continuing to
okay,
watch.
so
The booster
what
did not
are
complete its
next
boost back burn.
steps?
We did not see all of the engines ignite that we expected. Are continuing to get some views from it though. That's going to make a splashdown somewhere in the Gulf. Reminder: we clear air, sea space, everything for these launches.
Live smoke with prompt migration.
All right, so we are coming up on T plus 5 minutes.
Copy non-architect
continuing to
response
fire
into
5 of the
architect draft.
6.
Add a pane, report action, then insert the latest builder.
Standing by for callouts, making sure ship's on its planned trajectory. Again, we are planning a suborbital trajectory for the ship today. Booster giving us some views as it continues to make its way back down towards the water. All right, so a little over 5.5 minutes in flight. Kate, Jake, you guys with me? It looks like booster's starting to come in hot.
Yeah, we had the opportunity to stand outside to watch launch, and wow, that was incredible.
Yeah, that was really loud, really shaky, and I was actually surprised how fast the booster got off the pad, or the whole stack. That was quite incredible.
Absolutely. So we have views here from the booster coming back down, making its way into the Gulf. Pretty cool to see.
We have healthy chamber pressures on 5 out of 6 ship Raptor engines.
Great news there
Landing
for
startup.
Starship.
Please don't blow up.
Once again, we were not going to bring the super heavy booster back to
Oh.
the tower. We were planning on having it land in the Gulf.
That sucks.
And it looks like the booster ended its mission there in the Gulf, but we've got a ship still flying. Great to see that. Still have 5 out of 6 engines there on S39.
Yes, we also heard good chamber pressures as well on those engines that are lit. We do have engine out capability. We do see that we have one of the RVAC, one of the Raptor vacuum engines that is currently out, but that's okay. Ship is continuing on. Amazing views
Copy
of planet
on
Earth
architect.
there in the
I
background.
don't understand.
Yeah, I love the S39 decal there. That
How
just gives the
do
ship a little bit
I-
of character. And again, all these great views brought to you by Starlink, of course.
Yeah, obligatory shout out to the entire Starship Avionics camera electronics team. Did a whole lot of work to
Create a brand
get
new
these
test project
upgraded
from the
cameras.
app or open existing
A look inside
throwaway
the ship's
project
skirt,
and let
you can see
ADE.
those 3 center engines ignited. The RVAC's continuing to fire as well. We did see at least a couple engines fire up on booster for that landing burn before we lost contact with it. We should have just a little over 20 seconds to go. We'll see if the burn extends a little bit. For the engine out, essentially you can run your engines a
create
little
a
bit
new
longer
one.
or throttle up a little bit more
New folder.
to account for the
Test
one engine not being
3.
lit. So right now we are standing by for Seco.
And then we get to use this function. Then we'll go and run.
And again, we are continuing to go a little bit longer. Five engines still burning on ship. We are coming up on T plus 9 minutes.
Is it spinning?
And starting to see shutdown. RVACs have shut down. Sea levels are shut down.
Oh. That looks not as clean.
Seeing if we can get an update on the ship orbit insertion, but we have shut down again. We did run longer as we were engine out. We were flying with 5 of those 6 Raptors pretty much the whole time.
Ship FTS is saved.
Okay, now we're coasting.
All right, well, we
That
definitely got a ship in
confirms
space right now.
The last optional smoke is asking Architect to create a tiny builder task. Make me an empty file that has the birthdays of the last 10 presidents.
As you can see, the teams are incredibly excited to see Starship there in space. We are awaiting the call out of nominal insertion, so we're going to stand by for that. We can see the flaps moving here, actuating. But wow, the cheers here in the lobby are certainly almost as loud as liftoff was.
Yeah. Man, a lot of action going on. And, you know, we said at the top of the show, excitement guaranteed. And we're only 11 minutes in. We still have a lot more to go here on the mission today. So all objectives are done on the booster. So now all eyes are on the ship as we get ready for our in-space objectives.
Exactly. So like I said, we're still standing by to hear the call out for nominal orbital insertion, but we've got a few minutes before the next milestone. So we're going to
Okay,
continue.
Kanban,
Amazing views here of
President's
the ship.
MD.
Wow, it's just that this is our
Where's
planet.
my
This is our home.
report? There's the report. Boom, boom, boom. Deliverable.
As a reminder, the objectives for ship today not only included the separation that we saw, but we're also planning to deploy 20
Check
Starlink
the
simulator
logs,
satellites,
DB,
as well
and
as 2 Dodger Dog satellites. That's what our internal teams refer to
check
as
the
our,
logs, DB,
our
and
newer
artifacts.
satellites. We saw a preview of those earlier.
Everything.
We should see those deployments here in a little bit. We're also hoping to perform a relight of a Raptor engine as well.
Yep, that's exactly right. And the relight will look a little bit different this time. We're hoping to get a little bit of a longer duration. Of course, we got to see once we get there. And that relight won't actually be changing our orbit necessarily, but we're doing it more so as a technology demonstration.
For those of you that maybe just recently tuned in, you missed a pretty exciting almost 13 minutes. We had a liftoff pretty much on time, almost right exactly at 5:30 p.m. We did have a brief hold at the T-minus 40-second period, but we were able to proceed through that, and we saw a gorgeous liftoff. Jake and I were able to stand outside and witness that with all of our colleagues, and what a moment. I'll tell you what, it is a heck of a lot louder out here than it was at Ad Astra.
Absolutely. And
everything looks good overall. One notable thing: reporter first tried Claude Sonnet and failed with 401 invalid authentication.
That is a good way
Fallback
to
happened.
demonstrate
Okay,
our
so that's
potential
still
engine
working.
out capability
Fallback
there.
works.
So
exactly.
And I think we actually saw the 3 gimbaling engines kind of gimbal over
so
a little
that's
bit
good.
to compensate for that offset and thrust. So that was really cool. That's something I know the team's been, we've analyzed that since Flight 1 all the way back. So it's something that we've thought about
One
quite a
tiny
bit,
project
and,
state get
it's kinda cool to
status
see it
in the
action
test project
in
shows
real life, yeah.
untracked.
Yeah,
Get
absolutely.
ignored. That's not a prompt migration. It's
Jake
just
is on the Raptor
ADE
team.
init created updated
But
get ignore in the
one,
test project.
one
hasn't been
non-Raptor thing I
communicated.
noticed also back on the when we had the shot
So-
of the aft flaps. It's a little weird. We have tiles on the leeward side, so not on the side where we're going to see heating. And you might be asking, why are we putting tiles there? I had the same question actually. So I talked to some of our heat shield engineers the other day, and we're actually running.
so-
yeah, here's the shot right here. Great. So the fact that we're seeing all these tiles still on the flap right now is really good, because that actually was one of our experiments where we wanted to test different connection methods on the way uphill on ship. So actually ascent. So
Anything we
it looks like most,
need
if
to
not all, the tiles
do.
are still hanging on there. So that's
Yeah.
actually a really good data point.
Looks pretty good to me. Now, once again, this view is from the side of Starship, which is basically the second stage of the Starship vehicle as a whole. This is one of the flaps on the vehicle that helps to control its position and attitude as it is orbiting, and also helps to control during re-entry as well. That's a critical phase. I mentioned earlier that we're hoping to deploy those Starlink satellite simulators, as well as perform an in-space relay of a Raptor engine. If all of that goes well, we will be targeting a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean. We heard from Suren on the recovery team a little bit earlier. They're
sounds
standing by
correct.
waiting to receive the ship that we see here.
All right, let's send it upstairs. Dan, how's it looking?
Hey guys, we are looking good. It does look like we are within bounds of what we analyzed if we were down one of our RVAC engines, so I wouldn't call
Eventually,
it
we
nominal orbital
need
insertion, but
to
we're
do
on a trajectory that we
project
analyzed, and it's within
onboarding
bounds. So team's continuing to work through it with that engine out. They're working through some steps on the engines. We
setup.
probably will end up skipping the
This
Raptor
is
relight
fine for now.
for today, but it sounds like we should still be on for payload deploy, at least at this time. So very dynamic moments right here with the ship, but we do have it in space. It is on a
2.
trajectory now. headed
Getting
towards the
more is
other side of
untracked in the
planet,
test project.
And then a splashdown in the Indian Ocean. It's going to start to get darker. We're heading in
So
to
everything.
an orbital sunset. So we're gonna have darkness for a little bit, and
needed
it'll brighten up
here?
once we're on the other side of the planet, and hopefully looking at some good daylight when we re-enter into the Indian Ocean.
Being untracked is normal for normal additionalized. He creates, updates it so ADE and logs stay out of the project
So we're a
repo, but it
little over
does not
17
auto
minutes
commit
into
project file.
flight. If you're just now catching up with us, we did see a liftoff right at the top of our window. Super heavy.
For a
getting
real
off the
project,
pad,
the user
initially
project
letting off
owner
33
can
of those
commit
Raptor
the
engines,
get
got
ignore
through
when they're
successful hot
ready.
staging. Initially lit 6 engines on ship, had 1 RVAC go out on the way uphill, but still able to make it into space.
Shouldn't we change this to where it does get committed after the project is built? Because right now we should be testing it as if the product was going to be shipping tomorrow.
Looks like Hal didn't wait. Pez door is open. Just a reminder, we've got 22 deployables in the payload bay today. 20 of those Starlink mass simulators, and then 2 are Dodger dogs, as we like to call them internally, sitting up their modified V2 Starlink satellites. Those are going to be testing a bunch of components that we're planning to fly on Starlink V3, and we've also got them outfitted with a number of cameras for another tech demo that we're trying out.
We're testing this as a shippable onboarding flow. ADE on default setup artifacts should not leave the user with an immediate dirty repo.
Starship's heat shield while
Damn
it's
right.
still in space. You can kind of only see so much from the cameras and the flaps. You can't see everything kind of on the underbelly, and one of the only ways you can do that is if you got something else flying near it. So we're going to attempt to, our final 2 satellites going out the door have a suite of cameras on them that are going to be looking back at the ship. We're going to be in nighttime, and so we've got, sounds like we're getting into payload deploy. We'll be in nighttime. They've got some powerful flashlights on them to try and illuminate the ship's heat shield while we fly away from it. So, we see some Pez motion. Pew. 2 down, 20 to go. As a reminder, that's one of the things that we upgraded in version 3, kind of gave a little soup up to the Pez dispenser, so those satellites going to move out a little bit quicker than they did on previous Starship flight tests. So first 2 out the door, 2 more on their way out.
Build Kent.
All right, 4 down, 18 to go. Flexing my basic math skills here today. Again, the majority of this stack, 20 of these 22 satellites, they're essentially just mass simulators, so they're roughly the same size as those Starlink V3 sats that we're hoping to fly later this year. And from this top-down view, so you're looking down at the stack, those two satellites you see on the very top, that they'll look very different. They've got solar arrays. They've got a bunch of other deployables on them that we're going to be testing out that are going to be V3 tech. And they've
Facility
got
backs and focus test pass for them. I'm
3
reviewing the
engineering
diff
cameras
and
then
rerunning
one
the test
other
locally
camera
now.
That's hopefully going to be giving us some views of Starship in space. But we will see how that works. Again, this very much a tech demo. We're going to deploy those.
Because init behavior is one of those
satellites,
spots where almost
try and
safe is
turn
still
everything
doing
on, look back at Starship.
on
and
one edge case,
the
I want cleaner before
primary reason
commit.
we're
If
trying
gate
to do this
refuses, get
is
ignore
to get some
commit.
views of the
Because
huge
identity is missing, current code can leave, get ignore staged. Okay.
All right, 2 more out the door.
2 more out the door, and I think that counts, or that comes up to 8 total.
As you can tell, the teams are stoked to see this demonstration happening. It's pretty incredible to see this happening live from space. Now, as we noted earlier in the show, but worth repeating, this Starship, version 3, is built to deploy up to 60 of Starlink's more advanced V3 satellites. Everything's V3. Designed to offer 60 terabits per second of downlink capacity per satellite. Now, that is 20 times more than each Falcon 9 does today.
Current state,
All right,
Masters
I
ahead
think
of
that's
Origin
number
by
10
one.
going out the door. Yeah, there it goes.
Push, and let's review
So yeah, the
next
camera view you have on your left screen
task.
there is basically right at the bottom of the payload volume. So the kind of dome-shaped structure you see there that's actually the top of the fuel tank.
Then the camera view that you have on the right is an external camera that we have positioned so that you can see basically the light through the open Pez dispenser door that you see. That's that sliver of light. We can see the Starlinks here deploying as each one comes through. As we mentioned, we have 20 of these Starlink simulator satellites, and then we have 2 of these specially modified.
Copy
as we call them,
non-architect
Dodger
response
dogs
into
here, around
architect
here.
draft.
Those, as Dan mentioned earlier, they
Architect
have
prompt
some
holistic
V3
review.
tech
Now the
on
prompts are
them, some solar arrays, and,
canonicalized. Clean the
those will
architect
be
prompt to
the
self,
last
reduce
2
duplication
that will
order,
be
common
deployed
not
today.
workflows first, make recovery named agent.
Yeah, that's right. And seeing this, as I think Dan called them turbocharged or supercharged Pez dispenser, it's definitely coming out much faster than our previous flights. So that is really good to see. Yeah, look at that. And especially once we, fill Starship up all the way with around 60 or so of these Starlinks, being able to deploy them fairly expediently, is going to be important for designing the overall mission profile.
Yeah. Now, fans of Starship may know that Starlink enables lots of unprecedented views, both from space, as we see here, and on
So this
Earth.
is
In addition to the dozens of cameras on Starship
MD
itself, we also have mobile
agent,
Starlink camera kits
MD
deployed
file.
in the Indian Ocean.
Yes, Starlink also connects our aerial cinematography units on the ground at Starbase
Yes,
and at
let's
other
clean
strategic
it
camera
up.
spots around Texas.
It's all part of how it all comes together to tell the incredible story
so these are
of
supposed to be
Starship both
different.
on and off planet.
Yep.
All right, we're getting low on the stack. It looks like we got 2 more of those simulators to go out, and then it will be time for our Dodger Dogs, those modified Starlink satellites. Just a couple of updates while we continue to watch payload deploy. Did get confirmation we're going to be skipping that relight of the Raptor engine, just due to everything that we saw on the way uphill. Those sea level engines, we're going to use them for a landing burn, though. They are still capable to be used for that. So we'll still look to do a controlled landing in the Gulf, but no in-space relight. All right, I think that's 19 and 20 headed out the door. And then coming up are our Dodger dogs. So these are modified V2 Starlink satellites. We do have a number of cameras on these that are going to attempt to look back at Starship. We're not going to get this video in real time, but we're going to try and turn it around if we do get some video down. So we don't
Not
worry,
in
if
real
we get
time,
views
really?
of Starship from these satellites, we will be sharing. And these will be exciting because again, they're really a tech demo, getting our chance to test out some of the technologies for version 3. All right, I think that's 18 and 20. My basic math skills are failing now. All right, here we go.
We're standing by for Starship, basically to serve the first Dodger dogs to low Earth orbit.
And one out the door. And from this view, you can kind of see on the right side of the satellite, you see some bright white spots. Those are our flashlights. Beneath them, the camera is going to attempt to look back and image Starship's heat shield as it flies slowly away from the vehicle. And there it goes.
That's a bright ass light.
Let there be light.
Yeah, it almost looks like the light is just shining right at us there.
If you couldn't tell, we're pretty excited.
Yeah.
It is always sunny in space.
Always sunny in space, and that looks like an empty payload bay. So
Sure does.
that's exactly what you want to see there. That's great. So yeah, with payload deploy complete. Oh, you can see the door closing there. All right, there we go. So yeah, with payload deploy complete, Starship will now close its.
Focus test passed locally.
Yeah, Starship, we closed the payload door, and we're going to continue to coast around Earth all the way to the Indian Ocean. So still a lot of major events to come today. Sounds like we're not going to hit that Raptor relight based on what Dan was saying, but after that, of course, we'll have the atmospheric reentry and splashdown. And with that, we're going to go on another quick coast.
So sit tight, enjoy some amazing space views and the space jams, of course. And we'll be back in a few minutes for Raptor relight, or excuse me, not for the relight, but we'll be standing by for atmospheric reentry.
I probably have to mute this. All right. I'm staging only the prompt cleanup files and okay, so let's just I feel like this should go away because that's going to get huge if we're listing out every single one of them. Ba, 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 ba. Do we need to include all of the life cycle and named pane update task examples, as well as things like the recovery prompt example? Can that not be something that we just tell it to go review another file that has those examples in it if it needs them, versus giving the examples for every single prompt when they may not even be applicable at all? Would that save us tokens and keep it reliable? Or should we go ahead and keep them? Also, we need to make sure that this is updated for Claude as well, not just architect.md and agents.md. I thought there was only going to be architect.md and then agents.md and claude.md were going to be symlinked files, so that Codex would read agents and Claude would read Claude. but they both just point back to architect.md. What's the point of having agents and architect as real files? Yeah, let's keep them as symlinks for now. The other point that you're bringing up is around the other roles, and you mentioned the conductor.md file, but we don't even have conductor anymore, do we? I thought we actually removed that, and now we rely completely on the daemon to handle everything that the conductor was doing. Is that not correct? You're half right conceptually. Okay, so conductors still exist. Boyle. Conductor still present. The newer daemon law reduced how much reasoning the conductor has to do, but today the default worker config still includes conductor equals 1. There is a conductor prompt, conductor tools, conductor routing exists, and no conductor exists as an opt-out. What? In the current flow, what is conductor actually doing? We haven't ran tests on it since I think we started. Does conductor just default to whatever model architect is? I don't know. Why? Why does Claude need to be a symlink to agent? On conductor still exists today. The daemon now owns more deterministic routing logic, but there's still a supervised role with a prompt pool. Well, investigating the conductor. No shit. Make the changes. Yep, that's pretty cool looking. I need that in like 4K so I can make that a wallpaper. Cause that is sweet. Okay, so they're not chitty chatting. Discussion in current code still contains the conductor prompt. Broader focus suite caught one stale migration test. The test says both real Claude.md and canonical prompt exist, but it's set up. Canonical is now builder. I'm sending that back for a narrow test correction and rerun. Okay.
Basically undoing all that energy here via aerodynamic braking, essentially. And of course, Starlink is a big part of it, as that's what allows us to actually gather this data and show these live views.
That doesn't look good.
And again, the data gathering is really the main reason why we're doing these flight tests. So Starlink provides us just one more path to collect that data that ultimately allows us to rapidly iterate Starship's design.
Now, if ship manages to make it all the way through re-entry, we'll collect valuable data on the spacecraft flying through the Earth's atmosphere at these hypersonic speeds, which is basically more than 5 times the speed of sound. Now, we do anticipate that it might be a little bit of a spicy re-entry, so we'll see how far we get. Re-entry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communications with the spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, roughly 8 kilometers per second, or for those of us that think in other units, roughly 5 miles per second. At those speeds, the spacecraft is moving through the atmosphere, and it creates that plasma field that we saw forming around the vehicle.
Yeah, and although the plasma looks really cool, it does distort some communication frequencies. So it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication. Of course, thinking long-term here, Starship is designed to land on Mars where there are no runways or other humans to help out. That's why we're going with the propulsive landing instead of a more traditional means like parachutes. Propulsive landing, not only, again, is it more cool, but it enables a more rapidly reusable rocket.
Yeah. Now, we should hear some call-outs as the ship makes its way back to Earth. When we hear entry max heating and entry max Q, that means the ship has made it through the maximum heating and aerodynamic loads that it will experience as it returns. So if we make it through those, we're doing pretty well.
Yeah. And you can see in the bottom left right now, we're at 23,500 kilometers per hour speed. That's just a crazy number to think about. But as we keep progressing in the mission, we are going to hear a call out when the ship is transonic and then subsonic. So transonic refers to the period of flight where the velocities of airflow surrounding and flowing past the vehicle are concurrently below, at, and above the speed of sound, kind of in that Mach 0.8 to 1.2 range. And for reference, commercial jets have a range of cruising speeds, but mostly fly around Mach 0.74 to Mach 0.85. And after we hear the call out that Starship is transonic, we should hear the call out when Starship is subsonic. This refers to speeds that are much less than the speed of sound, so at this point in the flight, ship's velocity will be slowing down.
Report is whatever. Copy non-architect response. Don't really care about that. Number 1, I want to wait on
lobby of SpaceX headquarters down
promotion
here
push.
at Starbase,
That's
Texas.
whatever for now. Workflow aware progress model. Kanban layout polish. Deeper cleanup beyond progress bar fixes we already did. Okay, so that's beyond that.
This must be what it
Hook
feels like to be one
uninstall
of
and
those,
migration
praying
logic.
mantis shrimp or mantis shrimp. Can't remember exactly what the name is, but the ones that see in billions of colors. This is the closest I feel to being one of those.
I think I want to.
I think one other thing that's cool to point out right now
actually
is
do the
look in the bottom
optimizations.
right. You can see where we are on a globe there.
That
We're
been
squarely in the Indian Ocean already, and we've only been flying for 53 minutes.
Yeah.
So pretty crazy. We went all the way from Texas to the Indian Ocean in less than an hour.
Yeah. She flies pretty fast.
She
That
flies
is-
very fast.
I think I want.
All right, so the light show continuing. We are through the period of peak heating, and we'll be looking at the peak pressure coming up in the next couple of minutes. The next 10 minutes are probably going to be the spiciest of entry today. As a reminder, we are going to be doing some stress work on this ship, where we're going to do a maneuver where we kind of kick the nose up to fully deploy those aft flaps to really get a good test of the structural strength of that part of the ship. We did that on one previous flight test on version 2.
We're going to bump it up to
try and do that
35
today. Since we did skip the in-space burn, we're carrying a little bit of extra propellant in our header tanks up in the
One
nose.
of these
and so that's
should
gonna
be
put a little bit of extra stress on those forward flaps as we come in. So we will see if they're able to hold through that reentry. So that will be another watch item.
More than
we did skip that in-space
2,600
burn, but we are expecting at least 2
quarter
of those sea level
run
engines to
log
try and ignite
files.
for a landing burn. We entered the entry period in a good
Investigate
attitude,
why
so
we
hopefully
have
making our way
all
to
of
the targeted
these
splashdown point. We've got that
plus
Starship recovery team standing
MD
by.
task
We should be
and
about 10 minutes away from splashdown.
files.
So a lot of excitement over the next couple of minutes. Kate and Jake, let's see how Starship holds up on the way in.
Yeah, and we just heard on the nets there that engine chill has started. So essentially what that means is we are prepping the landing engines by getting them down to temperature ahead of that landing burn later in the mission here.
And on a lot of our previous flight tests, we've been removing a bunch of the tiles. If you've watched those, we were really intentionally trying to push ship beyond its limits. On the last flight, we even had basically a hole get punched into the liquid oxygen tank that you could see when we did the landing burn into the ocean, and this ship was still able to make it. But right now, we're really going to be testing the structural strength of these flaps on the way in. Again, this is a flight test. We're trying to intentionally find where our limits are. And in this view, you're looking at a whole bunch of tiles. I think Jake talked about it earlier. We bonded some additional tiles to the leeward, or kind of the metal side of Starship, to see how those different bonding techniques would hold up. And looking like we've got quite a bit still attached.
Yeah, and as we're going down through the atmosphere here, we are at about Mach 16.1. So still extremely fast, although we have, scrubbed off a substantial amount of our speed already. Altitude at a little less than 60 kilometers.
All right, we're about 8 minutes away from our targeted landing and splashdown time. Again, this is when the ship's going to start really
Ship
getting
is
put
approaching
through
the
ringer.
end of the peak heating region.
Just heard the call out, getting to the end of the peak heating, so the highest temperature the Starship's going to see during its reentry.
This camera angle changes as it is attached to the forward flap on Starship. So we're actually experiencing the articulation of that hardware, helping to steer the ship down for its precise landing in the Indian Ocean.
Yep, that is just a really cool, kind of cool piece of perspective there. I know some people say it makes them a little seasick, but I definitely love it. It makes it feel like you're really riding along with the ship on the way down.
Yeah, and aside from just looking cool, all these camera views providing just really critical data on how the heat shield, how the flaps themselves are holding up. That's why we've got these in the flaps and then all scattered all around the ship, so you can see how they hold up. There's some internal to the vehicle too and we're getting all of this video back via Starlink, even as we're just enshrouded in plasma. We're able to kind of operate at a high enough frequency to punch through, and that is blue ocean and sunlight you're seeing just beyond the flap. So we are coming down into daylight, hopefully splashing down in the next 6 minutes or so in the Indian Ocean. We've still got a couple maneuvers lined up where we're going to be really stressing the flaps on the ship. So
Ship has passed through the peak heating region. External temperatures are coming down.
Wow, that is incredible news. As Dan mentioned, we were expecting this reentry to be super spicy, but excellent news that we're now past that period of peak heating and that now the external temperatures are starting to decrease. Those heat shield tiles there on the belly of the ship really doing a ton of work to burn off all of that inertia that the vehicle had
what are you still working
prior
on?
to re-entering the atmosphere.
You're still doing the audit, okay.
Yeah, and you can tell by the G meter down on the bottom right that we're starting to pick up a couple more
I feel
Gs
like
here,
in
so we're
Claude,
definitely entering the
in
thicker
Claude,
part
you
of
could
the
see this
atmosphere where
thing
we're
build
sweating
out
off all that
way
energy, like
more
Pete's
often
saying.
than way more
just
often
about 5 minutes or so to
through
go.
the
We're
whole
coming up
process. This
shortly
basically you have to wait for
on
the whole thing to be done before it
the-
ever shows up.
The maneuver where it's affectionately called the flap slap, where we're going to kind of pitch the nose up on the ship, and you're going to see those aft flaps, the ones on the very bottom, fully deploy.
Ship is at peak dynamic pressure.
And we're now at peak pressure.
Ship flap load test has started.
Reporter run logs are not large individually. Main dog food reporter logs are about 11 whatever total, with only 2 very large successful verbose logs. The problem is runaway rows files are repeated process
Looks like
spawning.
it's holding. Again, the intent of that was to put just a lot of extra stress on those aft flaps. We are expecting the forward ones too to see a little bit of extra stress as we've got a little more propellant in our header tank, so the area right at the very nose is
Ship
starting
flap
to
load
kind
test
of
is complete.
That's
hammer through
that's
that
it.
test.
Head report,
There we go.
run, retry.
And we just
budget.
did that test at Mach 7, just for reference there. So we are still going incredibly fast.
All right, we are just about 3.5 minutes or so away.
Clean up
from
stale
our
active complete
targeted
candidate
landing
work
burn. Again, we're
streams.
expecting to try and see 2 of these Raptor engines light for the landing burn. Normally we plan for 3, but we're going to give it a try with 2.
Got it.
Hopefully we've got
Ship is
Seren.
starting the RTLS banking maneuver.
Ooh.
And that right there, so we're starting a banking maneuver, and essentially what that is when we come back to Starbase, or when we plan to come back to Starbase, the trajectory is designed so we'll essentially swing out over the Gulf and do a swoop maneuver to then come back to the towers for catch. And so
Add a product diagnostic
we
for runway
are
background jobs.
doing that exact same maneuver as we head towards our targeted splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah,
Okay,
that
so
call out
those
there that
look
we
mostly
heard,
fine.
RTLS stands for Return to Launch Site. So definitely a pretty cool thing we're demoing here on the ship. You know, as in the future, we are going to be trying to bring the ship back to the launch site, which is going to be absolutely insane.
Absolutely. But of course, we want to test
Okay,
out
so
these maneuvers, these principles prior to actually bringing the hardware back to the pad. This is the same reason why we were
besides the
intentionally not
criticals,
trying to bring the
is
booster back
there
to the pad. So we're trying
anything
all these things out
in
this
the
developmental
audit
phase
that
of the
we
vehicle,
need to
and,
discuss
really proving what a test flight is.
to get
Dynamic
clarity?
pressure is coming down.
All right, we heard there dynamic pressure coming down, and I'd say we're in a pretty good bank right now.
Yeah, executing the power slide.
All
We're
right.
about 90 seconds away from our anticipated
Are we
landing
sure
burn.
that
Clouds
all
coming
of
up
them
pre-sunrise on the other side of the
are?
planet.
Starship is subsonic and is on target.
Are we sure that all of them are?
The crowd here reacting to that call out, letting us know that we are on target for this
Positioned
precise
to make
landing in the Indian Ocean.
everything
This will once again be a
universal
soft splashdown.
and not hard coded
We should
to
get some pretty cool views from the recovery team
folder
we chatted with
locations
earlier. They are standing
or
by to
vendor
receive
model
this ship. Once again, this is the first flight of our completely
references.
redesigned Starship version.
Yeah, I don't know about that one there, Chief.
Yeah, and if you remember the suborbital flights from a few years ago, this is very much the same regime that we're in here. So we're sub 15 kilometers, executing what we call the belly flip maneuver.
Yes, serial number 8, the first belly flop. I remember it well.
Export vault memory policy. We need to decide the universal model. DB is source of truth. Markdown is export human semantic layer. Semantic memory is a refresh job, not automatic on
Some
every
really
write.
amazing views of the Earth as the ship is coming back home. Thanks, Starlink.
Yeah, you can see the aft flap there making minor corrections.
Starship is turning for final approach to landing site.
Look at that turn.
Here we go. Minor corrections and a full turn.
Yeah, Starship doesn't.
Come on, do
fly like
something
an
cool.
airplane. It's
Don't
a
blow
lot
up.
more like
Please
a
don't blow up.
skydiver. Full belly flop on the way down, using those flaps
Come
similar
on.
to arms to
Be
help
cool.
change the path of the air over you. Coming up real soon. Again, going for a landing burn, trying to light 2 of these Raptor sea level engines.
Come on.
Landing burn startup.
Landing burn startup.
Oh shit!
2 engines lit.
That was pretty cool.
Successful flip.
All right, wasn't
Boom
expected.
cannon.
Flyby. That was fucking cool.
Showtime.
That was sweet. That dude was really happy.
What we wanted to see for the ship today. As weird as it may sound to hear, but it is the truth.
Absolutely wild. You know, at the beginning of the show,
All right, everybody's happy. Cool. It splashed down. Good job. GG, everybody. How am I supposed to be on task now? Okay, number 1. Main discussion points, export, vault, memory policy. Markdown is export human semantic layer, yes. DB is source of truth, yes. Semantic memory is a refresh job, not automatic on every write. Open choice, do we keep task workstream rollup MD files at all, generate them only on full export, replace them? Are these the files that we are using for ADE memory context, or are these additional? Two. The reporter as a universal job system. The audit talks about report runs, retry budgets, back off log. Well, we should make this generic enough for future background jobs, not just reporter. Better framing may be background jobs or runtime jobs, where reporter is one job type. I like it. Runtime model defaults. The audit mostly avoids vendor model preference, but we should explicitly state the rules. Do not hardcode architect equals 5.5 or builder equals spark into logic. Defaults can live in template, config, and daemon contracts. UI should display. Mark this as a specific memory so that we can correct this for when we do project onboarding. As that's when defaults will actually get set. Okay, hard-coded locations. We should avoid implementing cleanup only. Project root comes from selected session daemon config. Runtime state directories are declared by daemon. Cleanup uses daemon no pass, not user home assumptions. Yes? Question mark? I definitely don't include stuff based off users' dirty lens. That would be real bad. But hard-coded inside .ade should be fine, since they are what would be the right way to say it? Dynamic to the project. Five, conductor. This needs clarity because it affects universality. We'll review conductor logic later in a standalone phase 6. Promotion push workflow. We should define this generically. Published workstream loop branch exists locally, promoted, merged into. This should not assume GitHub origin or master. Correct. Diagnostics panel. This should be a universal, not a reporter only panel. Daemon session. Is this just for building? Not something that would ship in V1, right? So it's directionally good, but before coding the optimization on a university addendum, the big one is generalize and reporter into. Yes, that's 100%. Okay. Not the primary ADE. MD vault export files are additional, not the primary. The memory refresh are generated. Wait. The ADE vault MD files. Okay, let's just go there. Vault. Reports can say specs. Maybe V1 useful for us and support copy diagnose open log project tells report failed because. Okay, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I'm still not sure on number 1. There are a ton of files in each of the 3 folders inside Vault. I feel like there's not a need to have every single one of these because they seem like they are saying a lot of the same things. Is out of artifacts, tasks, and work streams, is there one that just has all of the information that the others do? And can we just keep that folder versus all 3 of them all the time? Should we do cleanup either on project close or when the project is opened? Kind of like how we do recovery stuff. And then I want to confirm that the ADE memory, does the ADE memory use the files that are in these 3 folders inside of Vault? Or is the ADE memory going to be working off of what is inside of the working content folder? Or is it a combo? Be as non-technical as possible. That's probably a bad prompt. Don't be not technical, but like you're reading it right. Those 3 Vault folders are probably too much. Think of that as artifacts equals actual notes from work, specs, build summaries, reports, tasks. Is memory input, but it does not need all 3 folders forever. The better future model is probably keep artifacts as the main long-term narrative record. Keep reports because they summarize what happened. Treat tasks and work streams as rebuildable generated indexes, not precious memory. Do not feed every generated task workstream file into memory by default because that creates duplicate noise. Clean up, regenerate those index files when opening a project, closing project, running a refresh. Your suggestions: keep artifact and report files. Make task workstream files optional generated. Let ADE memory prefer high value files, reports, specs, build summaries, user docs, maybe selected working content. It should definitely include working content. Avoid indexing every generated rollup unless you ask for a full export. So no, we probably. ADE memory should definitely look at working content. Think about where you pull context from for ADE dev. what connects all of the code files with the I think I don't know. Fuck, how much space does this vault take up? Okay, it's only 262 kilobytes even. So it's like not anything, but these are definitely going to get more complicated when they become code. And it's only 78 tasks in this demo thing. All right, what are you saying now? ADE memory should definitely look at working content. No shit. Is the thing the user actually cares about. ADE vault artifacts reports the story of how the thing changed, okay? The bridge between the actual project and the story around it. So for ADE dev, the strongest context comes from connecting code files, ports, artifact. The weakest context is generated task workstream rollups that just repeat links. Those are useful as navigation, but poor as memory source. So I'd set the future memory export rule like this. Should not heavily index is okay. Yeah, I know that's the right, that's the right model, but so what action do we take? Do we keep while the app runs and then clean up on stop of app? Do we kill the creation of a category of MD files? What's your suggestion? It's just saying stuff. I don't. Maybe my brain is kind of mush right now. Don't keep generating all three categories all the time. I'd change the model to this. This is what we're doing. Artifact report, markdown files that contain real narratives, specs, build summaries, failure summaries, workstream reports. Okay. Which folder is that? Stop auto-generating always. Task rollup markdown files, workstream rollup markdown. These are mostly indexes that can be rebuilt from the DB whenever needed, so they should not be persistent noise by default. Task workstream rollups only when user opens a vault export view. I don't even know how I do that. So the concrete action, stop projector PY from regenerating task workstream on every artifact. Write, keep writing high value artifact report.mds. That makes sense. Add a manual full export path. Add ADE memory index working content plus high value ADE not generated rule. So are the rollups generated on the Git hook for ADE memory, or is that an additional thing? I should probably know how my app works. They are an additional thing. Okay, good. The Git hook for ADE memory rebuilds the memory graph from Codex. Is not thing generating those rollups. The rollups are generated by ADE's projector export path. Got it. This sounds good. Document these changes into the audit file and then summarize. Sure. I don't really know where else it'll go with that after it. Besides start the audit or start implementing the audit findings. What about, and we are cleaning up the reporter run. Yeah, because I definitely don't want 2,600 log files when I've only made like 78 tasks in this demo project. Input assets, that's correct. Codex home. I don't even know what that is. I don't know. Yes, the reporter run cleanup is explicitly in the cleanup section. Okay. What is the upgrade notes folder inside ADE? And when what updates then it? I mean, I know what it's for, but I don't know why it's a thing yet. For automatic agent prompt template migrations, updated from which runs on DNS startup. It writes notes when ADE changes or repairs project level agent files, for example. Missing prompt file preserves user edited prompt files in custom, migrates old Claude MD real files into the newer role assembling. It does not come from ADE memory, reporter runs, or vault projection. In this repo, the only current note is check the main test project that I've been using. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 update notes. The dog food projects. Casted Do Rocks followed 8 minutes ago. Thank you, sir. I don't know if you're still in here, but thank you. Thank you for the follow. The 4 files are real, but 2 of them have repeated same-day entries that look like dog food churned from... What's up, man? How's it going? 4 files are real, look like dog food churn. What a fantastic line. This is not the reporter run issue. It's a separate startup agent bundle. Add this to the to-do list for after the optimization audit is implemented. I think that's where I'm going to end it. Like, today was actually fair, even though I still didn't get to the optimizations for like the 4th day in a row. Summarize all the items we did today. I still feel like we did a shit ton of work. We got the namings. Got the names working. So now I can actually say, like, what's Luke doing? That's cool. Named agent. Report Luke cleanup. Sweet. Abandoned task recovery back to architect. Yep. Added task abandon support, DB back to lifecycle update, that was a big one. The right-clicking context menu for abandon, that was good. Kanban cleanup, that was probably could have waited, but whatever. New project prompt setup fixes, that was housekeeping. A lot of checking. A lot of planning. Okay, so actually not as productive as I thought. You're Italian, learning as well and looking forward to streaming too while I do my stuff same way. I mean, yeah, man, do it. I'm gonna tell you that I'm like the most socially I don't even know. Like, it's weird to stream, but just do it. I'm hoping that, as the audience grows, this is only like my, 4th day? 3rd or 4th day? As the audience grows, I'm going to start learning more and more from y'all. Because I'm a designer. I'm not a developer. I understand enough to probably get myself into trouble. To think that I know what I'm doing. Okay, so for the next session, where should I start? Write me that prompt, baby. Okay. We are in, do not push unless I ask, use the advisor, blah, 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 current prior, implement, reporter run, loop, guardrail, stop. Yes. Commit and commit, merge, and push. All right. That's it. Tomorrow is Saturday. So I don't know. I might stream tomorrow morning. Maybe not. Monday though, I'm doing something stupid. I'm going to be streaming from the top of a mountain over Starlink, or at least I'm going to attempt to. We'll see how that goes. So Monday morning, I'll be on a mountain streaming. So out of my cave. But anyway, that's it for now. Casted Do Rocks. Thanks for following. And we'll talk again. I'm an entrepreneur in hospitality as a manager. I've been studying marketing and sales the last couple of years, switched to learning a... Dude, there's... Okay, I know I just said that I was going to stop. Hospitality, I feel like there's such a huge market for stuff that could be done there. Like everything from like, you know, helping automate like smaller restaurants and stuff, automating like recipe cost saving techniques, not necessarily using cheaper stuff, but like figuring out how you could like automate using certain ingredients across multiple recipes versus just all that. I don't know. I feel like that's such a non-technical niche that you could easily go and sell AI projects to. I actually have a friend who's a kitchen manager here in town, and I've been wanting to like pick his brain on stuff because I honestly think you could totally come up with a couple different hospitality type projects and just go around to all the local people and be like, hey, do you want to save like 100 hours a month, or 20 hours a week, or whatever that is, and also reduce your costs? Like, boom. I feel like that's such an easy win. Obviously, don't go to people that are using like the big chains or whatever. But anyway, Casted Do Rocks. We should chat some more. I got some ideas. You got some ideas. But yeah, man. Take care. I'll see you guys maybe tomorrow. Probably next week.